Hello, one and all. Welcome to session 13 of In a Land Not Their Own. It has been some time. 7 cycles have passed since our last session. Much has happened. Many things on the surface have changed. Many new faces. Some old faces have changed as well. There's far more hustle and bustle, shall we say, within the community and the surrounding lands of Burgakash. New structures erected, new languages, and new trades being practiced. But we do not begin there. We begin in the sky, high above, where these changes have not yet taken place. And we see, amidst the blowing of warm wind, of the sounds of air rushing by your ears, that chill and subtle feeling of movement up and down as you feel the currents and eddies of Igvale, invisible to the eye, but still solid enough somehow to keep the mighty form of this large Aron in the heavens. Gloat. You are moving with as much speed and rapidity as you can. For you know. You feel you know the answer, the secret, the manner in which this contaminated, this beast, this foul witch creature of abominable nature, inhuman, might be stopped, might be destroyed. You've tried to go head to head, as it were, against the minions, the contaminated filth, the very land itself corrupted by the presence of that foul creature. But almost too late. You realized the potency of what you hunt, and the words that were spoken to you in the cave at the foot of that mountain now make so much sense. And you must return. You must return to the cabal of mages, to the oracle, whom you know so well, though in this moment that name does not come to you, for, as is the way of your people, you have one thing on your mind: to escape, to deliver the news, the realization that you have now in your mind. And beneath you, you pass over the forest, the pristine primeval woods that have stood unchanged, unbroken, and unbowed for who could say how long. In the distance, the farms, and behind you, the lapping of the waves. What do you do?
I fly forward as much as I can, probably now strained myself to a great degree, for we of the Aron species cannot keep ourselves airborne indefinitely. So my hovering goes lower and lower for each half mile I fly, and I'm losing altitude and the power to glide through Igvale's breath. But I must reach those magi.
And you soar and you move just at the edge of your sight, beginning to see lands familiar to you that only cycles ago was just some other ancient and alien landscape with even more alien people. But you learned the power and the wisdom in their words, and the power of their strange arts, for you wear about you a mighty relic of magical and occult potency, a girdling plate of baked earth inlaid with minerals of occult significance, the blood of elder creators and gods, and the spiritual fluids of other creatures. Even you, with your ancient knowledge, are unable to fathom or understand. But even still, you feel the current of that power webbing out, flowing over the stony exterior, shielding you somewhat. But it was not enough, for even now there are some sockets missing, cracks, portions of this item that, despite its clay and shoddy construction, proved unbreakable, save for the horrors that you have witnessed. And with that, I'm going to ask you to give me a reaction roll as you are pursued. Yes, you are pursued. It is not only the Nopitsa alone that holds sway, for its children and its servitors are numerous and growing more so, it seems, with every chain, as these strange creatures that perhaps were once birds, perhaps were once some natural creature, but now you smell it before you hear or see it, for you have that gift, but you hear the retching caw of these swarms of bird-like things which drip oily glue-like black fluid from its gaunt wings with matted and plucked out feathers, dying eyes which still gaze out with a preternatural malice to it. And what was your reaction roll as they dive for you?
It was a 12.
It was a 12. Well, so you are able to as there's about almost a dozen of these creatures that are about, like yay big, each of them, a couple feet in length and in wingspan, as they all, with that retching sort of cry, dive in and try to pile into you, perhaps knocking you out of the sky or doing something to you, you're not sure. But how do you describe your...
As they descend onto me, I spin around midair, facing, face upwards, witnessing that they approach and are about to dive into me. I know I can't escape them through my own power, so to say. I'm not strong or quick enough to escape these avian wretches, so I just pull in my great bat-like wings, the wingspan just closing immediately, and I almost torpedo to the ground like a meteorite to avoid that initial dive of theirs, for with my weight, I am way faster than them in descent. So I drop like immediately, like 100 feet from the air, and then stretch out the wings to regain some stability and continue to move forward, but now dangerously close to the ground.
And as soon as you move down at the last moment, all of them on a dime move down as well, with an unnatural unison of movement, more than a natural flock of birds or a school of fish, all at once move, pivot, plunging downward as well, as if a slew of puppeted creatures commanded by something else, not of their own mind. And I'm going to ask you to give me 2 more reaction rolls, as while these bird things cannot reach you, as you have greater speed aided by gravity. 2 of them in the front retch and spill forth like the almost as if like the cutting of like a jugular vein, not vomiting out but pouring out as if a pipe has been burst, oily black fluid which pours and fires down upon you.
On the first roll, I got 26. On the second, 12.
So you are able to sort of twist and move out of the way, but unfortunately, gravity, you are being pulled in one direction and one direction only. It makes maneuvering very difficult, as this bile from this other creature falls upon you caustically, like some sort of alkahest-like material that eats away and actually burns you. And it is the burn not of flame, not of heat, but of contamination. And as pock marks make your darkened, stony form porous like that of a pumice stone, eating away at the flesh, the stony flesh of your exterior, of your skin. You can feel it enter you, the wrongness of it all.
And I feel like this bile making dents and holes and cracks in my wings. So as I try to extend them out to break my fall with that anti-gravitational mysticism, I can feel my power over it weaken and waning as the wings crack and break. And I feel uncontrollable descent embrace me, gravity grasping at me, and I fall the rest of the way down.
And you do, like some strange missile or living projectile, you moving at a slight diagonal, you crash, destroying the tops of trees, branches, which buffet and slam into you, which even for you is at this speed and with this frequency, you are damaging to your form. But you crest the tree line of this place, now sort of falling, end over end, completely having no control of your descent. One broken wing sort of twitching upon your back. You crash and fall into a nearby grove smaller trees, less primeval, and leaving a massive crater. You feel absolute pain as the other wing shatters and snaps as you land right on your own back. Your weight and the momentum of your descent slams. I'll let you describe your reaction.
And it is a crater that is left as this almost 2,000-pound heavy creature falls from 150 feet into the air at that diagonal descent, spinning and making turns in this uncontrollable falling. And as it smacks into the ground, a bone of this statue man flies, like shatters into several pieces in one direction, and then the wing breaks off and almost skids like a wheel of a cart at great speed into the ground, digging into it and sending earth flying into the sky. And the torso is broken and split open, and the head is buried deeply into the ground at an uncomfortable bending and cracking. And there is little life left, and it seeps away rapidly, as the life in this Aron is not enough to keep the soul there.
And in the darkness of the soil, of the woods, amidst the pain and the crashing of falling branches and shifting rocks and soil of your own self, trying weakly to escape this impact site that you have made, you hear in your mind, as almost coming from a sound within your own head, nothing external, a whispering, droning sound, a taunting tongue in a language you have no comprehension of. But it chants and it speaks. Again, with every word like waves lapping upon the shore, more and more of the sound overtaking you, a numbness that's almost comforting against the pain before you feel in an instant like the tug on a string tied to your heart, your very soul, your very being, whatever such thing in Aron might possess, tugs on you and breaks. And you fade to black. Before Malachite, you burst to consciousness, half buried by rubble, stone, almost ashen in its not only coloration, but its composition. Hard granite, which can easily, upon the touch, crumbles. You find yourself in the depths of this cyst, this wound in the earth that you have sought out.
I stand up, looking upon the remains of what looks to be bleeding trees and stumps, grey and ashen, leafless, but still pumping out some sappish fluid of black and grey aspects. I stand up from the fall, the almost dive-esque fall I took from the rim of the crater, this fetid crater, where I thought there was solid footing, but no, it broke into dust, and my descent triggered a very potent memory, and I examined the surroundings. And
And
I see, like, from the memory that I just had, and on the contours of the ground, what was fresh kicked up dirt and the impact of landing. I trace it in the ground, the spinning and wheeling of the wing of Glot as it dug and cut through the dirt. I see an angular rock protruding up from the ground, and rubble that to anyone else would simply be rocks. But the contours in my mind make out a shoulder, a leg, claws.
indeed, you do see that, like a meteor falling from the heavens and being broken up into 1,000 particles, small bits of rubble, all that is left of you, back when you went by that name, when you inhabited that body of stone. And as you look around, your eyes unhindered by the darkness here, you note a strange effect, which the stillness of the place perhaps caused you to not notice. You sit up amidst the rubble of the stone, like a small, like landslide having happened, revealing these pieces of Kulot. The mist and the rubble doesn't settle to the ground. Bits of scree and stone do not continue to fall. The sounds of settling rock, of gravity reestablishing the foundation of the wall of this place. No, everything seems to move with an eerie slowness, as if suspended in some thick syrup or a thick liquid. Gravity itself seems slowed here.
I ponder upon the possibilities of these strange properties of this place, and I like that the particles are almost stuck in the air, behaving as things should not, and I see as the complete erosion of physical laws of reality in this place, and even just further cements in my mind as if it needed to be hardened, and further the danger and the horribleness of what my opponents stand for. This utter breakdown of what should be and how things should work. I keep observing these particles of dust and stone. I ponder upon them, keep looking around, and then take slow ginger steps in this place towards the contours of my former person's body, my far removed twin, parent, these words that other flesh-bound creatures use to discern and describe relations. They feel apt, but not quite. And I myself have yet to found a proper word to fully describe what these supremely intimate relations of soul and mind mean to other creatures.
As you make your way up the craggy walls of this pit, taking that piece of wing, that piece of Glot, the only piece of it that does not completely crumble to dust. That small piece they hold in your hand as you crest the surface, amazed to see the intense brightness of the sun upon your arrival back upon the surface. Such a stark contrast to the depths, which were not labyrinthine or massive in the depth of that pit. Nevertheless, the darkness was so potent. And you note with some surprise as you pass this diameter of wrongness that, though you were down there for perhaps hours, perhaps more, only moments seem to have passed. You note the position of the sun. With that grave realization, the scene changes. We find ourselves, Nazvog, Nazad, you, and some others, some familiar, some not, you and a group of individuals have been gathered per your discussions and negotiations, Nazvog, with Korala, who is not present here. You each stand, for there are no chairs, there are no seats, there is no building. There's just the continual grasslands, ferns, and this moorland. There is a single stone, wedge-shaped, jutting out from beneath the grass. Moss and countless cycles of rain and of vegetative growth cover this stone like blade almost that juts up several feet high. This to be the site of the council that you have gained Korala's approval for. About you see also Lucas Milton, that same satyr who you've since learned the name of, goes by the name and title of Proxy Lanius. And another one of those strange creatures, almost childlike, who are apparently called sprites, a female of a pale green complexion to her. You all stand here, I forget if I said Lucas Milton. He is here as well.
Mm-hmm. What's the name of the sprite?
You don't know yet.
Okay.
You've never seen this person before.
And Koala isn't here yet, right? We're waiting for him.
And the satyr speaks up. Knight Corolla will not be in attendance of this council, this meeting. I, instead, am to be his proxy, his voice, and his ears in these discussions. You all people of the community with influence and with understanding of the ways of the people, and have some degree of responsibility, not only for yourselves, but for those who work with you and work around and about you. And you see, like he was talking to you, then he raises his head like, okay, someone else. You see the skull-masked form of Unkale, the Magi, also approaching this perimeter you've all sort of gathered here. Sovereign Unkale. He gives a nod and a bow to him. We are but wait for one more of our number before we might begin. I give the scene over to you guys to talk as you wait for the final attendee of these proceedings.
Though I do know that perhaps many of you here know of who I am and of my businesses here, I will wait until all members of this council are present before proper introductions are made. I hope everyone has had a easy time arriving to this meeting place. I know it could be hard. All of you having busy schedules, I'm sure.
And the sprite kind of like gives a tittering kind of laugh at that. I have no idea what you mean. I
look down at it, kind of
like work. What does that mean? Like,
I just emit like this low. That's kind of like a purr. It's kind of also like a growl, kind of like. But it's more like a Cheyenne sigh, like.
So I look down at the sprite and I lean over and I say, "Here, you come. You stand on my hand, so you may be on the same level as all of these. Yes, it does not fit to have you so low. It is hard for us to see and hear."
And she just like gives like a big like open smile. At that, like I'm not gonna do that, but
she's down there, like.
Yeah. She's bright. She's a couple, only like a foot, off the ground, and she's one, idling herself by picking some flowers, bits of buds and such things from the tall grass and the scrubs that are kind of nearby here. There's it's not like there's like bushes all amidst there's like a perimeter of there aren't any like trees or bushes for a good bit around this this marking stone. You are strange. I've never seen your kind before, as he says to you, like, Azad, in that kind of like almost, you can't tell if she's like taunting you or if this is just the way these weird species talk. They look like children, so maybe they have the minds of children. Who can say?
So yeah, like as I see she's like completely blowing me off and just like starting to talk to somebody else, I just like kind of like stare at her a little bit, like completely frustrated, and I get up and I get up and turn around and I say, I'll like lean over and talk to Lucas Milton. You see the welcome these give. I tried to do good thing for this one, and she ignore. This is not good start.
I would have to say the same thing for you, little one. There are not many of your kind where I'm from.
And she just gives you, doesn't say anything, gives you like a, also she's like very very childlike, like trying to, like, maybe I've heard of these weird cat people before. But yes, this is it says Lanius V speaks and tends to the insects, the flying things that pollinate the forests or the fields to the north and to the northwest. She sees much, and many know her. She is, and she just interrupts that, there's very little sense of decorum here, at least judging by her. Well, you think her behavior. Yes, I speak with the creatures that buzz and they fly. I am responsible for keeping the crops in the fields and the things that grow upon them blossoming, that all such gifts are spread out far and wide to each of the corners of the harvest lands. I look after the hives and the apiaries dotted throughout the hills, make sure all is well with the colonies. Only in this way can things continue to grow and prosper as well as they have. They wait,
And like I look at it, kind of, and like my eyes kind of widen, like surprised, like this is a joke. And I'm trying to like read, like, are you just fucking with us? There's no reason, there's no way like you do what you say. Like that's someone that has responsibility, and you don't look like that. So I'm like, kind of in my mind, I'm just like,
And it doesn't look like that's true at all. Like, based on the mannerisms of this little thing, that's, who knows why she's here, but that's what she said. She said,
"This is good thing that you do. It must take strong schedule. You must be moving very often to do these things.
Always moving, always going from one hive to the next.
It is admirable thing for you to do. How do you keep track?"
Like, she paused at that, like trying to think, like, what do you mean? Like, I just know. They speak to me. The tiny buzzing creatures. I can hear the voice of their queen, the voice of their colony in the drone, in the sound of their flight. And they fly, they almost sing to me. I can hear when they are in need, when they're hurt, or if they're distressed in any way.
Okay, so yeah, like I just look at her impressed because that makes perfect sense to me. I'm not gonna like say any of that, but like yeah, like that's yeah, obviously that's how it works. So I'm like, oh, all right, yes, yes, it is good to have you here then.
Do any of you know of the last member of this council?
And the
When
last,
we may be expecting?
oh, yes. Tender Baluth is. He like pauses as if trying to judge the right way to explain. Then Unkale. The tender does and moves at his own time, at his own pace. But he will join us soon.
I do.
Concern.
Well, I do hope. He may move upon his own time, but it is now that he shares his time with all of us. We are linked together. It would it not be improper to waste others' time?
Mm,
Yes, even you are here, Unkale, and many would think that you would be the last.
I like look at you, Nazvar, kind of like, oh, you should listen to that kind of.
the followers, the Magi, myself, and those who come to me for guidance, for aid. These are important people to these lands. And if this is to be a gathering of voices, the voices of we, I will gladly add to the chorus. And he looks at you. But you need not fear, it would seem. For our last joins us presently. And you see, there's like, so this place where you are, if you actually, I can't figure out how to mark it on the on the Roll20, but just kind of at the kind of close to the border of the southeastern wood near the coast. That is where this location is to be, or actually is. Yeah, right there. So just a note for you about where you were. So it is quite a commitment to come out here, especially for, well, Lucas Milton, Nazvog, and Azad, to come from the Manor House and the Longhouse down here. It's quite a journey. But, and I should point out that today it is day 39, a day of constant sun within the sky, as Hora Mazda hangs almost triumphantly, at least for this day, giving its basking radiance and warmth upon the land below. Precisely.
I just look like, oh, he's here. Like, oh.
And you see, from the south, joining you is a creature that none of you have ever. Actually, Nazvog, you can give me an academics roll, but none of you have ever seen before. This over 10-foot long creature that's like you look at it like, oh, here it is, Azad, like you, and possibly Nazvog, like you, like is this like some sort of like predator? Is this some sort of like monster that's coming your way? Is this massive carapaced creature of a multitude of spindly crustacean-like legs moving itself, kind of like lumbering, almost like kind of like swaying, like floating on many different insectoid legs, goes over to you with a face that's like carapace, but there's also cephalopod-like tentacles that hang from the mouth of this thing. Maybe there's still it's weird. It's like a cross between a shrimp and like a cuttlefish, or like a nautilus or something. And there's two long, also carapaced arms that end in very sharp, 3 claws. That is kind of like almost like praying mantis, like it sort of folds, in on itself, up to its body. So like, half of it's kind of like raised up slightly, like almost like centaur-like, if you imagine something like that. Like it's a humanoid, like 2 legs, 2 arms, and walking normally. But what did you get, Nazvog?
11.
You have no idea what this thing is, either, whatsoever. And it like joins, it stands, sits. You're not sure if there's a distinction for this creature in between Unkale and the sprite, who Kanabal, says Lanius, and likewise Unkale nods as well. Very good. We are all present at last. And might I, for those who do not know each of us here, do us the pleasure of introductions and the purposes for our representation here in this group, this discussion, which Nazvog nods to you and like holds out a hand, just like that's who you are, have so kindly offered as a gesture of goodwill and assistance and aid to our knight Coralla, to discuss amongst each of ourselves and the people we represent, people who we share commonality with, of any matters that might need his aid or his assistance with, any difficulties that threaten or concern the people of this community. For Nazvog's continual aid and assistance to the heretofore displaced people of the Longhouse, which is now, as I've seen many times as the cycles have gone by, has now become a thriving community and a second family in its own right. It nods to you. We have Harvestman Lucas Milton, representing the Church of Velex, whom many people in these lands pay homage to and give worship to, though the Harvest Master is perhaps not as prevalent in Burgakash as lands to the west and to the north. Nevertheless, there are many people here who call that divinity their liege. He says, trying to be as diplomatic as possible. Azad, your arrival in our community has been the birth of much change and much new things, new words, new objects, new concepts, not only new people as well. Many have found work and found some greater source of prosperity, and your gifts at Barbary, I understand, have given a great deal of succor to the people. Indeed, after the attacks, the sirens some cycles ago, your decision to take in people for treatment is a gesture that is not gone unnoticed, nor unappreciated.
Well, I thank you. I thank you all for inviting me upon this council. For I am Mazad of House Rava, and I hail from a city of stone itself. And we Karthik have a saying, for we know the future, it was our yesterday. Surely this may be brought to you all. It's the intermingling of cultures.
I should hope so. When Kale, sovereign of the many lives, will be the voice and mouthpiece of the occultists and magi who practition here, and of the temple of Mithraxu here in Burgkash. The sprite, the singer who speaks with many of the beasts here in these lands and has a preternatural affinity for such things, has long been a friend and ally to ourselves and to the prosperity of the crops and of the fertility of the land here. And lastly, he kind of like bows a little bit lower, as he says it. Tender Bal-Uth, who tends and watches the waters beneath the lake of reflection, and of the forest land adjoining it, ensuring continuation of the ancient ways and of the old compacts and contracts, that they might be kept, they might be remembered and continued for our own peace, safety, and for that of our charges.
So while he's like giving this speech introducing everybody, like I'm fixated on this monster that once again we have to deal with civilly, and so like I just start like tuning it out and just basically ignoring everything he says, and I'm like thinking back to like all the web of connections between everyone that I at one point experienced when I stepped to the border between the spiritual and the physical. And so like I like suddenly start rocking a little bit as I start breathing rhythmically, and then I just open my eyes and stare at it, and like I try to like get as much like focus on it and glean as much information as I can out of it using my aura reading ritual.
Is he using Mystic Auras?
No. Aura reading. That's the Helena one. so I can tell like what its life energy is like, if it has magical or mystical abilities, its mood. I also get insight fortes for the rest of the scene.
Okay.
But like
All right.
the big thing is like I want to know if it's a magi.
Is there a role you need, or is there a role that
There's no role.
you get it? Okay.
Yeah.
So this is like, I should probably know these things. So
like if it's dying or something like that, I would also find out, or if it's sick. But I don't think that's the case.
Right. And no one here appears to be dying or or sick. Everyone appears healthy. And you definitely get readings on actually everybody here. Everybody here, you sense the presence of mysticism, obviously from Lucas Milton, from Azad, from V, and from Proxylanius. But you get...
Wait, so Proxylanius is mystical, not magical? Okay.
Mystical.
Okay.
All of them are mystical. But you sense very powerful magical auras from Unkale and from Tender Baluth.
Okay. And like, what's this thing's general mood like?
Unkale guarded, but...
Well, I'm just mostly worried about the monster. That is like horrifying, and I want to know if it's going to try to eat me or something. I don't think it will, but who knows?
What is it? You kind of sense the absence of of that, rather than like, oh, I'm angry or I'm sad or I'm whatever. It's, you get a very alien quality, and it's more that like you don't sense much emotion from this thing.
Even less than like an Iran?
Yes.
Okay.
But in Iran is very easy to read. If you've used this on Taholics in the past or on Malachite, oftentimes there's a very singular kind of
Yeah.
With this it's just very different. It's very very bizarre for sure. But you do get that. Okay, I'm just gonna do something real quick.
But I have a bit of poise to me.
Yeah.
But I'm like kind of struggling to like, oh, okay. This is what these people respect. Oh my god. But like I keep on a very pleasant appearance and mannerism. I even like gesture to the creature like, oh, come over, sit or stand right over here. Yeah, okay. I like take a slight step back, but it's kind of like I'm making room for him. Like, oh.
Yes. Well, now that we are all introduced, I leave you all to discuss as you see fit the state of affairs in Burgakash and its people. I will not add anything myself unless needed, or unless the issue is important enough that I might speak on behalf of Knight Corella. I am a listener and a messenger in these matters, and will take the discussions as they come to his ear upon our dismissal. this afternoon.
I do not wish to, and I'm speaking Palganese, I do not wish to speak, and for not all of us to understand, but do you tender, and I'm just speaking to in Palganese, do you understand me? And I pause, and I look over to the orc, kind of like,
Yeah, and like the thing doesn't answer, and instead Kale says, yes, I could do that. Tendabaluth speaks the ancient tongue of Thraxa, the tongue of Pelican is unknown to him. If
I see. Please let it be known to him, if you may, that I do not mean to disrespect him by speaking a tongue he does not understand.
and he conveys that to Thraxa, and I assume
And I look at him,
speak
like,
Thraxa in attendance here.
No, I do not understand your language of Thraxa. It is difficult. Though I try, but I do believe then we will all have to find a common tongue, yes?
Don't you speak Thraxa? Are you?
No.
You don't.
I only read it. No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask for a guile roll. All right.
I will translate for Assad if we must speak in this tongue. Does this tender do you speak in another tongue? I'll say women Thraxa.
And takes a long time to respond to you. Is that you can hear the movement of plates on plates of a lobster or something, moving as it turns its weird shaped head as its tentacles kind of twitch and move slightly as it stands here. Only tongue of trolls or elder creators.
Which elder creator do you speak? Do you speak in? And then I'll say Tehulian in Tehulian.
It nods. Tehulian.
Okay, I don't know if you know that, Azad, but if you speak Tehulian or not. So I'm trying, but.
Tongue of Tehul. Leviathan. Timar. And Troll. These I speak.
So yeah, I'll turn to Azad. Is Tehulian acceptable to you? Can you speak this?
No.
Then we may have problem.
No matter. I speak these tongues and will be an aid if necessary. Else, you may translate for Azad here. So.
And perhaps in the future, may we all learn the tongue of Pelganese? For is not your king of these lands? That not his tongue?
It
Good.
is.
And like I interrupt, good. Now, I believe the first of business that I feel that we must speak of is first we must give remembrance and to those that have lost in the attack. And I like very carefully not say Siren because that's just Siren. In the unfortunate attack that occurred to our town here, to our homes. I have heard many, many stories firsthand, speaking to those that have lost what they can. And that is something that we should all strive for, to never happen again. We of Burger Kish should never fear an outside coming in. We should welcome them. There should never be war. There should never be a reason to fight. No. This is what I feel that we must first work in. Now, I understand a bit of the political geography of your culture here. You have the Oak Knights, the other knights under the counts and countesses, yes? And I look at everyone when I say yes.
They'll
And then
nod.
like I pause and then. Now, that has proven, unfortunately, to be perhaps an ill practice, or which may be modified. Perhaps in the past it aided, but in these changing times, there will be modifications, yes? And I pause for the translations that go through, kind of.
That happens.
And then, like, as he's translating to the monster, to the tender, I look at him, and I just sort of like nodding along, as he's saying things, kind of like being very personal, diplomatic kind of guy, like monster. Oh. And I'm like really trying hard to like put on a good face.
And Lucas Milton like, and what do you suggest, and Azad, for us to amend things as they have been done? I agree that such tragedy, he looks to everyone, should indeed be something that we never allow happen again. And we should honor those who so far have not received such blessings. But there are those whom we should indeed welcome, and there are those that we should perhaps take a more cautious eye towards. Like,
I like disregard that second part, and I'm kind of,
how many grades of insight do you have, Azad?
Oh, I have 4 grades.
Like, you can also tell, like, he's, it's, he's also freaked out by that monster.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't look like he's seen one of those things before either.
I do not, as my suggestion, as I am no man of military training, I will instead defer to my fellow councilwoman in that she has, I like gesture towards Nadsvag, has done an absolutely amazing amount of work with the people, those people that have lost their homes or who have suffered from the attacks. And I do believe you have worked in training in basic martial arts with these people, yes?
So yeah, I stand there all proud and like beaming, like yeah, I totally got everybody. Everybody's great, like they're awesome. So, but then I just step forward and say, yes, we have implemented many programs to teach the people that to rely on each other, to learn the ways of the Dokimbi, for this is the weapon that we have, and to learn the ways of defending the coast against raiders like the Sirens. We have practiced for these things. We have learned how to work with each other to fight in combat in case one should come. And I believe these things should be spread to the people, that all of the people of Burgakash know that they can rely on each other and know that there is no weakness among these people. Our backs can be held against each other and none will fall. Or if they do fall, another will stand to protect them.
And like I'm looking at Nazvog like nodding, and I look at everyone else kind of like, oh, imagine that. Kind of like my eyes kind of like that's interesting. I've never heard about that.
Yes, I've seen your people practicing, and I have to say I don't much like it. Seeing all those people waving bits of wood and teeth around it just makes me think back to that awful evening, that awful day. And I'm not the only one. I know people. I have lots of friends and associates and whatnot. I don't know that keeping those things around is a good idea. It sends a bad message.
Sends the message that we will learn from the hardship. We will learn from the things that have hurt us, that have damaged our community, and we will grow stronger from it. I do not have any weapons to give them otherwise. These are the weapons that we have. For our victory has brought us this. If it is a remembrance of dark times, this is fine, for we grow stronger from it. We know it will not happen again. You should, if you say you have seen us, you should come and join. We will bring you something smaller that you can use. We would love to have another friendly face to work with us.
You don't have to worry about me. I have friends who keep me safe. If come to think of it, I've never had to ask them.
I'm worried about all. That is the point. Each must work together, not everyone be separate, hate each other.
I must agree with Nazvog in this, though the manner of keeping each other safe may seem strange and possibly he looks, to you and said, like almost apologetic, lowers his voice like barbaric to use the weapon of the raiders to keep ourselves safe. Nevertheless, it serves an important purpose and a deeper purpose. We all here, of course, hope and pray and that never again will we have to face such a thing. But whether we do or we do not, these actions, these activities bring each of us closer together, can change a tragic experience as a bond that will bring us closer. Such tragedies can make best of friends of strangers and turn enemies into those as close as family members, or even closer.
Well
Well,
said. Well said.
like that the sprite doesn't really really like that very much, but I see no reason to dissuade the people, especially those disenfranchised, from becoming closer with one another through common living arrangements of practicing such means of defense. This is good. Though I must question the aspects of change that you allude to, Azad, in this topic.
I'm glad to see that you are seeing Nesvog's idea with a tremendously uh, bright outlook on it. This is a good omen, I feel. But I look towards the others, kind of like anyone else gonna. Hmm. Perhaps then this issue may be discussed multiple times as time continues on. Yes, I will do my best. I look at Lucas. I will do what I can to bring and speak to those merchants and craftsmen that come to our humble town, and let the word be known upon the streets that our town is not one to be targeted by, well, raiders, bandits, thieves, those people that would seek to take advantage. Unfortunately, there is a slight underbelly, as it is called, of the city of Stone where I'm from. There are those people, those same people that wish to not work a day in their life and only take. Sometimes it can be rather uncivilized in their manner which they do this. But this, I know how to deal with those people. I do not know how to deal with. I kind of look at Nazrak for a moment, then I look towards the others. Uh, Pirates or raiders. But for the thief that believes he is subtle, this I will lend what expertise I have in dealing with them, as well as bringing in perhaps higher grade uh, arms and armor.
And Lanius speaks up. If I may, as a note to all, if such news has not passed amongst all here, I might add that is with good news that whatever strife, whatever violence the Siren colonies to the south wished upon our lands, the combined might of the knights in the south and the people as well have since pushed back such incursions. I do not believe they will be in a position, whatever their grievance was, to continue to be a danger to our shores.
You mean the Knight of the Thorns? They have peacefully resolve this issue.
Unfortunately, though, yes, the Knights of the Thorn, the Knights of the Banner, the Knights Glass, as well as some of the Oaken Knights as well, and their forces put a stop to these attacks, but peace was unfortunately not an option. We never were able to discern the cause of their antagonism towards us. Any attempts at discussion or diplomacy were met roughly.
So like I roll my eyes at this because I straight up told them what the issue was, and they just kind of ignored me. So I'm not thrilled to hear this. But I turned to Tender Baluth and I look right at him and I say, "Did not your kind help in this? Did you? They say you are protector of the sea floor. Did you not work with them? What do you think of these Knights of the Thorn?"
Give me an insight roll as you respond.
What kind of fortes am I getting here?
Emotions? You have emotions?
Okay, I do have emotions. I have double emotions.
Okay.
So 20.
Okay. So yeah, maybe it's an after effect of the capacity that you have inflicted upon the whole gathering here. But just as much as you assuredly have no idea what this creature is, it definitely knows what you are, and there's definitely a kind of antagonism is too strong a word, but of like, I know what you are, and I don't entirely like you.
Yeah, well, I'm used to that, so I don't. Yeah.
My kind are far from these lands. I keep to the bottom of the sea, the waters beneath the lake of visions. I am so tender of the ancient ways. Such concerns are not within my purview.
What is your concern then? Why are you among us if it is not, if the concern for the people of Burgakash is not in your view?
We watch over not only the people, but of a more ancient charge. The children of the trolls must be cared for, and their laws must be remembered. This is our purpose for being. The first purpose for this community.
So you are not of the people. You do not worry about the people. You worry about the trolls. This is what I hear.
Like when Kale speaks up, it is the way of these lands, and has been always the way of Burgakash since before. And he pauses and stops that line of thought. These lands, as you know, were orc lands before the coming of, he nods the different species, human, satyr, sprite. But even before orc, these lands belonged to the 44 and their children. Since he rests his eyes just for a second too long on Lucas Milton, the events 5,000 cycles ago, those children now require our aid, and have been since those times. Since then, it has been the calling of the tender to keep the ancient laws, the ancient agreements, and the old compacts with spirits, both troll and other alike. But
A very prestigious, and I look at the thing as it's translated, a very prestigious duty, to be sure. And I look towards everyone else. But I believe what fellow Councilwoman Nesvag is saying, which I'm sure she will agree with me on this idea, is that though the Councilman Tender Bal-Uth may look after these trolls, the trolls, if they are here in this land, as I look to the bone-faced orc, as you say, and the tender is truth in this matter, then I've only heard one story of the trolls, and that was a sighting several cycles ago, and it was not a good story. I heard from the fishermen it had a voracious appetite, and that is a danger to the people here. And you must forgive me if you may enlighten me more on these trolls, and why do they cause so much harm?
Are you looking at Unkale or?
I'm like I look at the the tender, then I look over to Nkale, and why must they do harm? Surely they are to be respected. They have they are not always like this, yes?
And it, and the monster responds in its weird, accented, garbled Thraxa, which Unkale translates as he has to, as you don't speak its tongue.
I look at it while it's speaking, then while he translates, I look at Nkale.
This is the reason for the enforcement of the compacts, laws and agreements. All who live in these lands know there is a time to venture into the forest, a time to fish or seek crustacean or bounty beneath the water. And there is a time to shun those places. For in those times, trolls, children, awake. They must feed in copious quantities. For their lives are eternal and ancient, and they require much nourishment and strength to reach beyond the cycles of development which we mortal kind ease through with comparative swiftness. Like, strangely, odd that he's, including, all mortals, including, an orc life and a Dawan life is very different, but, perhaps compared to a troll, that difference is actually meaningless, which would be astonishing. All children of these lands need not fear the ire or the unseeming attentions of time's children. If the old ways and the old taboos are kept as they have always been. This is why tradition looks to to everyone. Tradition is so important. It is the basis not only of our culture, but of our continued prosperity and survival.
Yes, but the world, it changes now. This is why we are here. We have this council, because this place, it is not the same as 5,000 cycles ago. You may have much time in which you must only concern yourself with the trolls, but there are new things now. This place is not alone. It is not isolated as it once was. We have people come from far off, from Inasht, Azad, from Milika, which is a place that I have never heard of before he come. We have to adapt. We have to change in order to continue to prosper in this way.
Some things change. Other things are eternal. Yes, this is true. Many things, as you say, have changed in these lands. New species, new concepts, new ideas. But there are fundamental things which we all can agree are universal, are unchanging, that will remain so. Whether it be cycle 5,000 or cycle 10,000. Truths that exist and persist not only for one time, but for all time. Surely such common traditions, taboos against thievery, against impropriety, against undeserved harm are appropriate, not only in these times, but in the ancient times at the beginning, the first birth of species. They were just as appropriate.
Yes, you get to the sort of thing that I mean. We must not have general prescriptions against certain things. We must be specific. We must teach each person, these are the rules you must live by. If you do not, you will be brought before the council. We will decide what to do with you. You may say, "Oh, I did not do this. This is why." And the one who say you did, they may say, "No, this is why this person do this crime." And then we may decide. We may give penalty as it is known to all, that each may come and say, "I know what I must do and what will happen if I do not." This way, when someone says, "I wish to bring trade to Burgakash, I wish to bring gold or iron or precious gems," as Azad wishes to use, they may come and bring these things to us, and they will know, "Oh, these are the rules, and I am protected as they are protected by
But
these
why?
rules."
It's like this tiny voice, like just like interrupts you, like, but why? Everybody knows what to do and what not to do. Why? Seems like an awful lot of trouble. Why bother? Nobody goes in the woods at the appropriate times.
I do not speak of this. This is, if you go in the woods at the wrong time, you die. This is not the
That's
sort
true.
of rule
That's very true.
that I speak of. But
Well, what do you mean then?
the rules against the theft, against the harm, against the adultery, against the appropriate the taking of others' labor, against the non-performing of labor when you are able.
Well, didn't your parents teach you anything? Everybody knows you shouldn't do those things.
Yes, but some, they do not listen.
She's like,
they do not feel these things in their minds.
Looks accusingly at you, like, what do you mean, like, you weird fish person, like.
Some are, as Azad has said before, some do not know these things in their hearts. We must protect those who do. That is our job. So we say, these are the rules of Burgakash. All know this. So when you perform or you act against these things, you will face a punishment or a penalty. And it is not... Go ahead.
I once more have to agree with Nazvog in this. While many of us were raised good and proper and understand that such vile things are not to be permitted and will be punished, and rightly so. Having these things made clear and open, it is a creed of sorts, of a creed of both what to do and what not to do. Something that while we all might know not to kill another or to take something that does not belong to us, having it made overt and clear, made real, is another thing to gather around, another thing to strengthen our bonds, differentiate ourselves from those who may not believe such things, may not have the same taboos, the same restrictions, the same culture as we here do.
That is correct. I would have to agree with that last spot there, my fellow councilman. For take my wife and I as an example. We, being from a which may be seeming as a strange land to all of you, we did not know much of your people or of your land, but we have come here. We wish to be part of it, and we do not wish to go against your traditions. But a city, I kind of say, and like I kind of look towards to Vi. Do you understand? Or do we all understand what I mean by city? I don't. I like don't look at Lucas, but I look at like the orc and like the little sprite and that monster, and even
Yeah, I only have I only have like the vaguest idea. I have an idea in my imagination, but it's not like I have no idea what Karth looks like.
That's pretty much.
I'm just imagining like people on top of each other, like everywhere, and like just like completely cramped in, like it's
Of
kind
course, it's a big town, big village. I know what it means.
as I would expect from a child of Pelgan, but
That's the sprite talking. But
oh, that's a sprite. Oh,
sorry,
oh,
I gotta give Lucas Milton's voice a deeper register.
now how many? And I like look to Unkil, Councilman Unkil. How many approximately do you believe to be living here in these lands? If you were to put a number to it. Or do you... Do these things do not matter to you? Please enlighten me.
Several thousand.
Several thousand. I cannot think of a higher number than that. I do not even understand what that means. How can we wrap our minds around such a number? But you see, this several thousand, this thousand, a city is a place where there are a thousand, in a very small place. And with this many people, you have a very high chance that your neighbor might know the laws of the land, but might not care for one reason or another. This is why just a known, established law and regulations for the people here must be made. Specifically towards trade, we must, as a trader myself, might I suggest to the council that we angle our laws respecting our traditions of the land. I look to Unkale and the monster. Our traditions, and making it a welcome place for traders, for merchants, for people that wish to make a family here in this land. Yes? But, of course, I will say to the council that I feel in the coming times, if more people are to come, more families are to come to these lands, they will expect to be protected by not only a simple word of mouth, a law written on a stone. No. They will need to be protected from others that wish to take.
So as you're talking about trade laws and stuff like that, I'm just looking at you like, oh man, I never thought of that. Like that's a great idea. Like, who puts restrictions on trade? But that sounds like yeah, like that sounds good. And then I answer, yeah, yes. This is why we must also make the punishments for or penalties for violating these rules clear. We must not say, oh, I catch you. You do this thing, so I will use my power that the trolls have given me to uh to do the things that we all have seen. This is not a proper way to punish those. We it is not regular. It is not the same each time. Yes, we must make it clear how each is to be punished. So if someone, say, steals from another, we put them in a pit. This is terrifying. And then we take them out after some time. They are terrified. They say, I will never go in this pit again. I know I would not do this. And then they do not do it anymore. They have learned. They become better. The place is stronger. This makes sense, yes?
Like, I don't nod or anything. I just looked at everyone like, oh, that's an interesting idea.
Like, Milton, agrees. The monster doesn't seem to have any discernible reaction.
No, I assume. I looked to Nazrog and then I gestured towards everyone. I assume these punishments or penalties will hardly need to be carried out. The people of this land are very, very accommodating, might I say, for one such as myself and my family that they've come from so far. But also, I would suggest that these penalties and punishments be light, not so definitive. But if they continue to repeat, then we could bring it up to a stronger penalty.
Like, Unkale looks over to Lanius well, if we are all in agreement here about the need for further explanation of the rights and wrongs of the community, I will bring this to Knight Corella's attention, and he will have such things created, written for yourselves and for the people to look upon and leave no opportunity for confusion.
Ah, good. Oh, I believe I speak for everyone here when by no means do any of us wish to put on things to this land which the Countess does not know of. Surely we will be able to have audience with this one. As I am aware, that is who owns these lands.
And Lanius speaks up again. Yes, in a manner of speaking, that is true in a way, and we all shall indeed, in but a few short cycles hence, if all goes well, will have the honor and the privilege of being in her presence. This will be good. Perhaps it will do well for her to see as these lands are changing and the manner in which that change takes place. Perhaps it will be good to have things set down so that if she wishes to question or to inquire, clear answers will be available.
Ah, yes. And this warms my heart to know that we will be able to speak with this great matron of the land, yes?
Like when Kale and Lanius seem to
I'm with
gesture
them
their heads
now.
kind of down whenever the Countess is mentioned.
Mhm.
Not like full on bowing, but just gesturing in respect, even though she's not here. I have something I want to add.
Yes, okay, yes. Please speak.
There are too many people gathering around making noise outside your manor house. Many noises and smells and waste materials are. There's too many around where you make your home. It is causing strife amidst some of the colonies. Confuses them. The noise and the cacophony, it makes them hard to hear each other. It makes them confused.
Oh, my fellow councilman, by no means would I ever mean to do such a thing to those under your care. I thank you for bringing this up to me. I will make sure to do what I can to tell those to issue oaths to perhaps heed your words. I will relay that to them. But might I suggest in the future, when I look towards the other councilman, as I said, and look back at the sprite, that we another issue that we may need to face in the future is where to put certain things. A
Yes.
place where people may sleep, eat, and practice their trade, and a wonderful place where your apiaries and your place of your business may be.
Yes, I agree with this. This is all the more evidence towards the progress we wish to enact, and also a caution lest we become too large.
You must just
You might not.
sing louder. This is so that your friends can hear you. I speak to V, the little sprite. You must. I can teach you to sing louder. You are small. You must have small voice. You must sing loud.
I sing just fine.
Yes, but if they can't hear you, you must sing louder.
I'm not sure whether she's offended at that or not, but...
Oh, come on, I got like double fortes and emotions here.
Okay, fair enough.
So is she offended at this or what?
I should be using I should be taking hints from Lou. I have pictures of all these things and I haven't used them all. at all. For next time. Maybe. And
And I will search. And I like look towards Ever. I will search, and I will speak to the best under my care, and those that I know in the area, to perhaps write up some designs for something that is called infrastructure. I like look towards everyone, kind of like throwing that out there. You understand that word, kind of?
Yeah.
Aqueducts, sewage systems, and other places for process.
Well, I believe, Lanius speaking. We have brought up a number of important points that must be further discussed. I think this is plenty enough to bring back to Kerala and advise him on our concerns and our wishes for the town to progress as more people arrive and as the time dwindles between now and when the arrival of the Countess and of the King and of the other members of the court of this land. It is true there will need to be certain alterations and certain changes to be made. I would suggest perhaps meeting once again here in, well, I suppose it is not for me to say, as I am merely the messenger here, but perhaps no more than a few several chains.
Yes, but might I suggest to the council, it is my understanding that the Orc people do not move great lengths in a quickened time, and this may be an issue for you, Councilman Unkel, as surely coming here for you has been a bit of a burden on you. I would suggest that we instead bring our next place of meeting further towards where there are dirt roads and where carriages may pass or beast. And this invitation, of course, if the tender, I'm speaking to Unkel, if tender Bal'uth also needs assistance in traveling, this most certainly can be arranged, whether by carriage or by whatever means, to make things, our meetings, more efficient. Yes, we all don't need to travel mile upon mile upon mile, when we can only travel much shorter distance. Yes.
This is acceptable.
And nah,
Well,
I thank you all for inviting me onto this council. I am very humbled, and I will do my best to the people of Burger Kish, and that we all see a wondrous future.
very good. Yes, I agree. Now, if I may, let us join together in camaraderie and end these proceedings with A blessing, says Unkale as he steps forward to the center stone, and the scene changes. Alakite. It has been some time since your excursion, your frightful journey, that place, that unwholesome location. You find yourself, you're back in around the grounds of the manor house. You have secreted away the item which you have recovered. You've gone over those experiences again and again in your tireless, sleepless state of the youth of your species. You see faces that actually you have names for now. More and more, these people are not only just things, creatures, other tools, or nameless individuals whose livelihood, whose opinions, whose fate and names and other such details actually are beginning to have meaning for you. Oh, wow. Shocking. You see, the state of affairs of things and of the longhouse. You see Misha comes over to you. What is wrong? Well, you usually stand like that for a long time, but never quite with that posture to you. Something the matter?
I look over to this human, I think their species is called. And this one is one of those that Narfog has been spending a lot of time with. As I understand it, she's one of the women that works here, that, I don't know if she's a farmer, a fisherman, or whatever profession or craft or pastime she has, really, but I do know that I see her often around here. As of current, I am standing observing the baked mud armor, and with its tiny stones, and in my right claw palm I hold the beige, almost sandstone-esque colored fragment of Glot. It being an Anaron that spent a lot of time in Milka, and therefore its stony hide reflect upon the beiging brown stone of that region. As I've been staring at my palm for, has to be an hour or maybe even more. So I look over towards her. And I'm silent for quite a while, looking at her, or again, it's hard for her to tell if I am looking directly at her, since I don't have eyeballs. I have the contours of eyes, but it's just unblinking minerals gazing.
What happened? I know you went out walking south, following the coast for a time to the forest. Should be careful going there. There are certain places, old places, people here have, well, we have long memories. The land never forgets. Even though some things should be forgotten.
I look at her as she say that some things should be forgotten, and I look down again upon the beige fragment in my claw as I as gently as a stone man can, and put it away upon my belt. And I look up to her again. There. You are.
She kind of like takes a couple steps back, but not as many as you might expect, or as many as a stranger might, take, might just flee for their lives, but perhaps tellingly, she doesn't. You have spent a great deal of time these past 7 cycles with these people, whether
Yeah, I've both
knowing your names.
hunted for them and taught some of the more brawly types how to fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I just look at her, pausing again for a good 5 seconds after I said that. I look her in the eyes.
What do you mean?
There is nothing that should be forgotten. Nothing is too hard, too vain, too insignificant to be cast away.
She turns aside, looks away from you. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. But I wish I had the strength to believe that. I've lost a lot of things. We all have here, past several cycles. I remember my husband's face of his other wives. The children of the shores did not survive. I remember the sounds of the attack. I remember maybe I don't follow my own wishes. I might want to forget them, but I can't. I guess you can't either. I'm not sure what your kind is, but Nesvog has said that you remember everything, that you remember old lives.
I nodded that.
And she shivers a little bit at that. It must be so hard. Can't imagine what that must be like. To remember the struggles, the losses of all the lives you've lived before. I don't think I'd be able to bear it.
Her words ring in my mind. How can you bear it? So the lives lost. All those inadvertently she just brings back memories, floods of the failures I have had in my hunt, especially these several last lives against one prey. And it angers me something fierce, but it doesn't show upon my countenance. But it sings in my mind. And like I was gonna close a fist, but it's closing a stone claw, so it grinds a bit between the fingers. And then I loosen it again and let out a sigh, for I do breathe. I see her again. Someone has to remember. Someone has to eat the duty. Or who will?
She turns back and looks up to you. It is a continual astonishment that the more time you spend around these people, the less and less they seem to fear you, though surely your visage, your alien appearance must be frightening to the species of flesh, no matter what name they go by, human, ogre, satyr. You know, we have a story, a tale, a memory, if you will, that I understand has been told from generation to generation, and originally an orc story before my people came to these lands. Tell of great slabs of stone, great proud pillars, monoliths, like what stand around the temple of Nithraxu, but taller, larger still than that, taller even than the hills and the small mountains where mushrooms and the fungus are harvested, taller than the cliffs along the shores, greater than the hills, which are lined brown and green with the harvest, of stone that sang and told stories, of which was lost a long time ago. Say even the stone doesn't last forever.
I ponder upon her words. Should I do a roll to know of my ancient spiritual cousins?
Sure, you may do so. Academics?
Or is it theology?
Yeah, theology. Yeah, it's theology. You're gonna have to tell me what you roll, because I'm screen sharing. I hope I'm screen sharing.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
And 11.
Nothing more than vagueness, a vague impression that they exist. We've all lost something here. She takes a step closer, to you. And I think something we've all learned in our own way, in our own time, is that whatever it is, you don't have to face it alone. If you don't want to. And
I look upon her, look down as I have almost been staring at her continuously through this entire thing, unblinkingly so. When she says this again, she's met with silence for several seconds before I start to walk out. And I stop at the stairway to look back at her one more time. The singing stone is not gone. It simply sleeps. And I walk away. For I need to find someone to perform me some mediumship.
And you... Well... No. For the moment, the scene shifts. Azad. You arrive back at the manor house, which has for some time been indeed far more of a hub for many different peoples, many different places, or from many different places. And since there isn't, there's no infrastructure to coin in a phrase from Azad, they gather here around your home. Wagons, carts, optalangs, some of those strange beasts that you saw Ronosta riding upon himself, other alien pack animals, crates, barrels, sacks of things, and always the din of conversation and of the speech of several different tongues going on about here, as indeed your trade influence has grown, and more do the people use the coins, bits of metal minted by you, and more for you, for iron has begun to come in not copious quantities, but enough to make some degree of supply with dredged from the peat bogs, oxidized minerals are, you've seen and you've heard, can be crushed and broken down, and trace bits of iron can be extracted from there as well. But as you come to the manor house, you see Nali there. She's negotiating with three strange traders from. You don't know who they are. You don't know where they're from, but she sees you and you see her. She yes, I will speak to you later. She holds her hand out to you as if take it, and
just like a pass by, I'll sort of take it and kind of seeing, respecting that she is busy. I'll speak to her later, but I just sort of pass by and do that.
Okay, you leave her to her
business. Yeah.
her duties.
I look to those that she's speaking with. I kind of nod at them, and maybe say a few charming words before I leave.
Sir, as one of your people, are you interested in? This is like a couple days later. In the journey, I understand there is a small dock upon the southern shores of the island, but I have not told the captain when to leave, or when you will be arriving, but yes, halted all imports and exports for your
Good, good,
usage.
Good then, let us not keep them waiting. Let us see to the cart is prepared for travel. We will make our journey. This at once.
And the scene changes. And the cacophony to of the manor house, to the rolling waves of the sea. And we see the ship. So far, still your only ship. So far. Making or docking on a small pier on this craggy island, which, looks even more sort of sheer than of the shores of the mainland. But there is no beach here at all, really. You disembark. The multicolored hues of the sails of your vessel swaying in the breeze. There's no one to, attend you. Place seems completely empty. There are no fishermen. There are no passers-by. Just the sounds of the waves, the sounds of birds and of the wind. There's a sort of staircase that's been carved into the stone itself to go up the rocks, where there's an immense amount of greenery, of grass and low-lying foliage of a very, very deep hue of green, almost like it kind of takes you by surprise, like how lush these surroundings are. There's, it is a paved or it is a dirt path, though here and there are almost like individual flagstones sort of placed at certain points along the path, and they have, it's like pieces of slate are with iconography etched, carved into them, little flowers and blades of grass emerging from in and around the cracks. That you find after walking for a time, where you've been told this is where the individual you seek to meet dwells. There is a sort of clearing where the road path ends, maybe about 10 minutes of walking, maybe a little bit more. A sort of glen. There's a barrow, not big and wide, but a small mound of earth framed in stone, perched atop it, a tree, which its sort of roots kind of extend down and around this little barrow hill. There are cultivated gardens here, more for, not the huge sprawling fields of the mainland, but like personal gardens. It's hard to tell if they're for aesthetic or if they offer any, for actual growing things. Few artificial pools of water nearby. You see like little fish swimming in them, lily pads, and other, aquatic plant life scattered about upon the water's surface. And again, it is, it's a single soul here, single sound, save for natural noises.
I just look at the captain, I brought along, like, the guy that basically, or the fisherman that basically gives her stuff, gives her food and whatnot.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like a local. Basically, I just brought a local. Like, okay, where's this person? Maybe it's like a boy or something.
Yeah.
Where I just look at them and I don't say anything, but I kind of like give an expecting look, like.
Okay. It's like a little human boy. Like, oh yes, this is the place. This is where she is.
Right.
Usually
Good.
she's. Oh.
And I kind of dismiss him, and as I dismiss him, I like dismissing him as me turning and going in that direction, and my little entourage is with me, like a small suit of servant guards, and I gesture to one of the servant guards, and it's like this Dawan, like that, bing, flicks a triangle coin to the boy,
Thank you.
as we continue.
He runs off. He actually knows what this is.
Yeah.
Which is an improvement.
And, I mean, is there like an actual home structure or some sort of homestead here?
Yeah, so nearby,
like once I find that, I'll just make my way over there, kind of thing.
Yeah, and there's like a little cottage, like nearby, and sure enough, it's like sort of like behind and a bit away from this what's clearly like a burial place.
Yeah.
And in the front of it, there's like I forget what you call those things, the slabs of stone which are put over like a burial place. Yeah, like something like that, like a circular stone, which you can move it if you wanted to. There are like beautiful carvings of wood with like you haven't, well, yes you have, but like like elfin figures and of very like nature spirits type of feel here. And there's
definitely understanding this person's quite the eccentric, so I'm holding myself with a bit of regalness. Actually enjoying this scenery.
And to your eye, well, like, this is good stuff. Like,
yeah,
this is,
like looking at this stuff, I'm just thinking like, oh, finally a person with style. in this otherwise rustic, this person obviously is a bit of eccentric and whatnot. I'm not like power walking through or anything like that. I'm, kind of enjoying the scene a bit, the scenery around.
It's very peaceful. It's very peaceful here. Perhaps the first time you've gotten like some peace and quiet, like for a while, like outside of your quarters, which is nice. And before long, you see this cottage, and you can tell there's someone who like tends to this place, and you see working working in like a garden nearby this cottage. You see like a figure like hunched over, like doing some gardening stuff, and you move, and she stands up and looks over and sees you, and there's this woman is very, even if it is not to your taste, being a Dawan, you recognize um, the beauty of this woman with who has very very simple like clothing, like very rustic, like a lot of the people here seem to wear, but very like maybe about like early to mid 30s kind of age range, to
Right.
use a human term, of bright eyes and hair that is like reflects the bits of sun. Like first you thought like, oh, she must be old because like is gray hair, but then like she looks to you and you get a little bit of a better look and you see how young she is, and like this is not, she has like silver hair, like almost like a metallic reflective quality to it, not like dull and gray, which is strange.
I mean, I'm without like I don't stagger or I'm like very
Right.
confidently, approaching her with my entourage, having sort of a pleasant, delightful demeanor, but still a bit almost like assertive, like I'm here for a reason kind of thing.
Hmm.
And I'm sort of moved towards her, um, and once I get close enough.
And she like wipes her hands off, and also like approaches you, and she is actually the first to speak, and with some surprise she actually calls out in, not, it is it's not great pronunciation, but in Shish to you. Well met, stranger. What brings you to my isle? What may I do for you?
I smile and I sort of bring my hands together. I thank you for I speak to her in Palganese. I thank you for responding to a Cheyenne by his mother's tongue. But if it would be of ease of both of us, we speak the tongue of Belgian.
I have met some of your people in my time, though never have I witnessed one upon these shores.
You are Grey Knox, yes?
And she like smiles like a little bit, like as if this is the first time someone's gotten her name wrong.
Yeah. I am Azad of House Rava. Perhaps you have heard of me. Is there a place we can? I wish to speak.
How many people do you have with you? Like
I just
half
have
dozen?
like six
Like a
others.
handful of people. Okay.
Yeah,
And
just-
she like nods and like kind of like bows to you, like, Grania Knox is my name. And of course. And she like gestures. This place looks like she's had all the time in the world to make this like a very like idyllic kind of place. She doesn't take you in the cottage, but it's like a little like um like uh, like walking path kind of like area, and there are like some seats there. Also, carved out of wood,
sit down
and
immediately.
well crafted. Looks like she's done like most of the stuff herself.
I of course don't. Well, actually, no, I do. I do think that she's done that because I have servant women, female, human women that actually have shown me that the men are perhaps are wrong in their thoughts. But I sit down immediately and I gesture. I thank you for receiving me at this time. Surely you live here on this island uh, for a reason, and I do not wish to take any more of your time uh, that you wish to allow me to.
It is no trouble to me. I seldom receive visitors here.
Hmm.
I appreciate the opportunity to converse with such a strange specimen. And she's like, kind of says like smirks a little bit, like a little playfully, at that. Like
Yes.
you're a
It,
strange thing. She hasn't seen many before.
yes. It must be rather lonely here in your home, surely. But in my short time coming to the land of Burger Cash, I've sailed across all of Leviathan to come to this land, and I, with my family, have been living there for some time, a few cycles now. And let me tell you, there is not one person of this land that does not know your name. They tell me all about you, the stories. I am familiar with the war that occurred in your people's lands.
Hmm.
But I'm glad to see that there is peace. And
Yes, hard won, hard won.
and
But
this is why I am here to speak with you now. Of course, not for war. No, 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 no. But to bring you back. Perhaps you have been far too long away from the people that love you. I could hear it in their voices. Whenever they speak of you, they speak tales of you. It is always of awe-inspiring stories of valorous activity. Now, mm, if you know a bit of the Shish language, you will know that Dawan do not view uh, the human woman as the men do. I know that these stories, well, while perhaps they may be exaggerated in some portions, I sort of smile at her, the majority of which I am trusting to be true.
yes, the ways of many of my kind are not my ways. I do not share the devotions to the father of our species as uh, many others do. But
Right, but that
no,
is not what I wish to dwell on, and as I'm sure neither do you. But
no.
I come here with an offer. You see, the land of Burgakesh is growing. More and more people, with each passing cycle, come to the land to live, to have their families, to find love, or to practice their professions. This has made uh, the higher chance of threat, uh, the threat of theft, to be an inevitable outcome. And in
Mm.
this, I have under my employ uh, those that are martially inclined, but I have gone far in these lands, and there is only one name that they tell me to come to, I just gesture towards her.
She smiles at him.
I wish to bring you from your wonderful home to my manor house, where you will be set up with any accommodation which you desire. And you will be offered annual payment. In exchange, you will train my staff in the ways of war.
She looks away and kind of looks down.
I'm not sure if you are aware of the raid that occurred several cycles ago.
Yes,
Many people lost loved ones, homes, their livelihood.
Hmm.
I do not wish
Definitely.
for that to ever happen again.
A strange thing. I too saw, and there were those from beneath the waves, those brutish raiders, attempted to set foot upon this isle as well. I taught them better than to attempt such a thing. It saddens me that such strange behavior of the Siren people has brought violence to the community. But I have not seen them for some time. I can just see and you can see through the trees, you can just see the outline of the community from here. You can just see it because it's high and the sky is clear. I saw the mages weave their works, drive the shock men from the shores. Do they still raid and spill blood upon the people there? She asks.
They, I say after a pause, a dramatic pause. They have been dealt with.
That is good.
There is no more reading. But, as a precaution for the people, I have done this. I've come here for you.
I am glad that the people still have remembrance for me.
Of course they remember you. They tell me all of the tales.
And I welcome that love and appreciation. But I love she whom rests over yonder, and I do not wish to leave her side.
There's a moment, I try to fight it back, but I just can't help it. I kind of what? As it's kind of dawning on me, what do you mean? Her and her. What does that mean? And I kind of, I understand. Your time training my staff does not need to happen all at once. We can arrange, perhaps every other chain. You may return back to your home here, and have your time alone. It is quite plain to see that you are a woman that enjoys her time to herself. Yes.
Give me an insight roll and an academics roll.
All right. So first is insight.
Okay. And emotions will apply. Do you have?
Fuck emotions.
Don't need
Got a
those.
16 on my insight roll.
Okay.
And a 20 on my academic.
Oh wow. Okay. So, as you're conversing and you're talking, you can definitely tell with your insight that there's she's really reluctant to leave or to like change the probably self-imposed lifestyle she's led for a long time. But also, there's like you could see there's like a behind those eyes, behind the slow kind of leisurely way in which she talks and moves, that there's a lust for excitement too, and like there's a bit of like she's relishing the fact she's talking to somebody, anybody, and someone as strange to her as a Shion, and you're talking, and she actually a few times actually asks you about like Karth, like she's been there before, like, oh yeah, what's new there.
And like
But-
I'll say a few things, but I don't keep the conversation there. I angle it back to her and like the excitement, and of course, my abode. You have not seen it, but it is quite large and impressive. Rest assured, there is a room that I have deemed specifically for you, that will be far away from the other guests. You will have during your stay at my manor. You will have your time alone when you are not working.
You also note that she's supposed to be a war hero of the War of Reflection.
Yeah.
If that's true, like unless she fought in the war when she was like a child,
Yeah.
like she should be a lot older than she appears to be.
Mhm.
But so you note that.
Yeah.
And as you
But how does that sound to you? My offer.
There's been many, many cycles since I've left this island, since I've left the side of my wife. But I confess there is a desire for me to share in the joys of people for a time, but I do not wish. There is no one else to take care of things here. There's no one else to take care of her. It would give me a diplomacy roll.
Okay.
The eyes of
He's
RMR.
watching. He's watching.
Watching.
Knows. Got 26.
Okay, so
And any bonuses for being a little famous, but
yeah.
she has
So-
heard of the Catman that has brought the weird coin.
The Catman. No, so you converse, and with your diplomacy roll, she does indeed agree to come back, but she does not wish to remain at your manor house. Instead, she insists on, spending time herself. She does not wish to encroach upon hospitality or such things, and every takes a while. Yeah, every second night or second day, however things turn out, she insists on returning to the island to keep a close watch and to be by the side of
And I keep
Our love.
and on that, I'm gonna say, no, I understand that you have had perhaps in life you have had a strong connection that I hope my wife and I will come close to, one that you obviously have felt. But surely the time going back and forth, if it is uh, too difficult for you, you haven't even seen the manor yet, my friend. Once you see it, you will understand. We have a wonderful abode for you to stay in. I believe that you may change your mind when you see it. Just a warning. But your late companion, uh, please let us. I deeply respect the people of this land, and it is an honor to be able to speak with you now and converse.
Hmm.
But I wish you uh, to work for me for this time and make this as efficient as possible so you do not need to be far away from your other studies here at your home. And I must ask, um, why must you be so vigilant in your overwatch of your uh, lover's grave?
She pauses for a few seconds. Hmm. I'm pleased to hear that you have a companion yourself to share in life and in love and in all the joys and fruits that life has to offer. I'm also pleased that you have not had to endure the loss of such a part of you. For someone who has not felt that grief, I imagine it must be a difficult thing to understand. I lost her the latter portions of the war. She fought at my side as well. That the now landed King Hain might rule these lands in the isles to the south, and that the brutish Consulo and his ilk might be driven out. What they represented, the danger they posed. She pauses, she's like reliving something. No doubt you love your wife with such passion that I imagine it pains you to be away from her presence for any great amount of time. You
I
must
just
share
want
that,
time.
right? To be parted from my love for the rest of my days is a grim burden, but one that is lessened by surrounding myself with the things that remind me of her. And though I cannot hold her hand or laugh and talk together as we once did, for she has passed now, knowing that I am by her side eases that pain and that yearning. I hope you can at least understand my hesitation. It is a wondrous thing, the only wonders this world has to offer, to find someone who you know so well, the other part of your soul. Find someone whom you know you are complete. But it is just as painful to lose that once it is found. However, I am disturbed to hear that, to know that the sirens have inflicted such pain and such loss upon the people. Perhaps you could send your men, women, to me, and I would be more than happy to teach them what I know. It has been some time. I think I remember a few things. And she smiles, to try and, as if to force, change the subject a little bit.
It's like I got her. There's that moment where I sort of pull a bit closer, like a prey towards a predator, kind of that would work just fine. I will have them sent, and you will train them. This way, you do not need to be. We do not need to worry about the travel to the manor house and back to home. Your words have moved me, and I understand. But to change the subject to perhaps a bit more lighter thing, I am a man of trade. And I've only met you this day, for this little time that I've spoken with you. I have had many days hearing of your abilities, of the stories of you. But I would like to know what it is exactly I am purchasing before we make a final decision.
Her eyes kind of flash a little bit, and she kind of gives a almost Xion-like grin for the briefest of moments, as if
yeah, it's like I
right,
give her kind of okay, play, kind of thing. It's not really a serious thing. It's kind of oh yeah, sure. But it's I want to see what you can do, but also I'm on your side.
I get you.
I know that you. I know, but let's just see it anyway.
And as she, that glint of her smile and of her eyes, she gets to her feet, and with that, the scene changes. Malachite, you are surrounded by orcs, who also, surprisingly, are becoming less strange to you. Amidst the monolith standing stones, which you have spent many hours, many days, many whole chains by this point, within speaking to these strange creatures. Every time you talk to them, it seems, though some questions are answered, you end up leaving with at least 2 or 3 more.
do find their ways frustrating, but at the same time also strangely compelling and not too far removed from my own perspective-wise.
But Itchnox stands before you. Yes. Yes, I have heard of this ability. I am aware of that which you speak of. But why now do you wish this? Ask this of us, of me.
I pull forth that brownish beige rock. To anyone else, it looks like just a piece of sandstone. But it is so much more in proper hands. I just hold it in my palm and there's silence for several long seconds.
Like, judging by the, his face is very expressionless, as are many orcs, but as he, takes in a breath, he knows what it is, too. Tragic. But all this is what remains of one who was once so mighty.
I traveled south where it died. As I entered Crater of Wrong, I saw its last moments. Memory triggered in me. It knew something, a weakness. It flew to tell an oracle, but died before it could reach.
He nods, knowingly. Yes. I am aware of the place. Seals, occult, sigils etched into the earth are all that keeps the corruption at bay there until such time as even the power of that Dark One diminishes. It will be a long time before that happens. But we will wait. I cannot do this for you, for that path is not the path that I walk. It is not my skill, nor the gifts granted to me to speak, to call up, to manipulate the forces of souls departed, to see peace beyond death be granted to those wronged in such manner. But there is perhaps one who might do so, who you may perhaps recall. He looks at you like trying to search for an answer.
I look at him and I'm stare statuesquely at him while I, in my own mind, try to remember. Because while I don't remember any like Tuhulian clergymen in these parts at all. And if I am to ponder upon potential necromancers, then I have to immediately repress an impulse of destroying them.
Give me a meditation roll. Just we'll see what you get.
Hmm. 17.
So he, like if you, like he says, like, you know, if you remember, like, and he holds out this long, tattooed, gnarled fingers to that bow you have still slung about you. The bow not made by your hand, but by another.
And instantly, as that memory clicks in my mind, that urge to, perform grim duties is quenched, if for the moment. Oh, right.
It was she who hunted for the creature. She has, when we first learned that it had awoken from the slumber we had cast upon it, you were there. Not enough. Not enough. But she still lives, still seeks.
Miss Shishnia.
He nods. He's silent for like several seconds. I will call her here. Although her duties are great, this is greater.
I simply nod in agreement. I mean, I don't even know what her orcish duties are. I just completely and fully agree. The hunting of this thing, top priority.
And he moves to turn, walk away, but then he stops. And he slowly turns back. No. To use her gifts. To seek out he whose body this belonged. To do so, you are part of that being. You must learn. You must change. You must grow. Or you will become as you were. Beyond the forest, tortured, broken. You alone, even you and she, not enough. You remember this. 3 times you remember.
Three dooms too many.
For us, it has been many more.
I am certain that this accursed creature has claimed more of me than I can remember. But those last 3, they do not leave my mind alone.
Lean, learn upon. He looks like around those you know who also have strength. You will need them. You will need us. If this... He pauses again. Cycle is to be ended. Broken. More than just... Okay. It's like... It's a single finger up and like touches like the front of like your forehead. Joust. More than just. He gestures to himself. More needed. This one has had countless time to scheme, to slink, to prepare. None may know its mind. Too dark, too ancient. To any creature that lives and dies.
I ponder his word at the mention of the ancientness, the great age of our prey, or rather, the predator that we attempt to hunt. And through the orcish stories I keep encountering, and the memories of myself and former souls, we keep failing at hindering, only banishing momentarily. And as he pokes my granite and malachite head and mentions my maker, anger swells in me again. And I look down at my right claw where I have that piece of stone, barely bigger than the size of a human man's thumb. At the top of my claws, tiny white sparks come forth, but they don't ignite or engulf my palm as I wish. And even more anger swells me. I close my fist again, making sure I don't crush that porous stone. Where do
I mean, almost like an Iran is still and silent for a long time. True power come from those that are eternal, that may never die, may never be corrupted. 44 names hold the title of true power. Though only one path we may walk, but in the way of the elder things and of ancient, eternal spirits. That is where power lies. Not like you know him well enough. Sort of gestures to like a stone nearby, like are you? Like, it's not like he's referring to your maker, not like Tuhul or you, but such paths are only for a few. I do not know what path, what power must be yours to overcome this. Only you may discover that for yourself. But you are not orc. You are not human. You are not alien names, species. I cannot light your path for you, but know that you have a path yet to walk. You must find it. You must walk it and see where it leads you. Only then, when you know yourself, will you be strong enough.
I raise my head from my claw and look towards him again. Several seconds, past maybe 10 seconds of silence and quiet staring. When will Warshish be here?
He walks over to like a collection of gourds and of like hollowed out pieces of cut branches. And he pours an assortment of powders, things. You can't make out what they are. Like a small like pouch, and it feels like as if there's sand in it or gravel within. Go. In solitude. Alone. No sound of others may be heard. Go. Think on lives now lost, of names that once were yours. Take this. He holds it up. Consume it. Your kind will be able to do so. Then, perhaps, if you have strength, your first steps may be open to you.
I look upon what he hands me, some powder in a, I don't know, a gourd or a hollowed out piece of vegetable or tree, and I look upon it, and immediately my mind instinctually goes to, that mental checklist. Is this magic? Is this accoutrements of occultism? What purpose could they have, and some such? Immediately, just out of sheer reflex, the programming of my creator makes my thoughts go there. And I know it is taboo and possibly even straight up blasphemy, but I am so fucking tired of losing. I nod at him and walk away in sullen silence.
With that, scene changes. That's Bog. It is also several days after the council meeting. You are amidst the manor house. Ewa, Kala, Misha, are all. Oh, sorry, the longhouse. About you. They're sort of together as you sometimes are able to, with all the work that must be done. Well, I think the crops have been harvested enough. I think we're at last almost completely self-sufficient here. Soil has been sown enough times that Lucas has taught us, I think, enough about the ways of the soil and of farming and the like. I think we can actually breathe for the first time in seems like forever. This is good. Yes, it's good.
Yes, we must give thanks to the one who weaves shelter over us. She has given us thesis. She has given us all these things.
Yes. We've made something out of all this chaos and pain. It's good to see people having a purpose once again. It gives you hope. But what do we do now? We just I don't know. The first time there isn't anything we have to do. We just live out our lives. I mean, we're safe and fed, and everyone has a purpose and something to do, and
we are.
Never thought about it before.
Yeah. Well, we must be the ones to be ready for when we are not safe, or when we do not have these things available to us. We are the ones who must watch that the rest of the people, those under our care, can do this, can go about their lives, can marry, can have children, can enjoy themselves, can grow their crops, enjoy it, enjoy the festival. We must watch, we must prepare, we must make sure the all of Burgerkash is ready. You know something will come. It always does.
Like, all three of them are a little crestfallen at that. Like, yeah, I don't want to think about that.
But we do well. And when something comes, we will be ready because we know. We know to watch. We know to make sure that these people have someone to protect them. And so it will not go so poorly next time.
This is, Kala. I have heard that Azad is, well, I don't know if it's true or not. She hasn't left since the war, but is, well, like, Grania is teaching Azad's people to fight and to defend themselves. That's, I mean, they won't need, if that's true, they don't need us.
Who is this Gran? Yeah.
A hero of the War of Reflection.
Where was she when we were protecting ourselves?
She lives on an island not far. The tomb of her, like, look around, like, oh wait, it's a siren, and a siren female at that, like, whatever, like, her wife died in the war. She looks after her resting place.
And so now she come and she teach these people. She abandoned her duty that she would not abandon to protect the people of this land.
No, I think Azad is sending people there.
Then we must be here. For what happens when something attacks when they are gone?
I suppose that makes sense, but.
And if they are strong, and if they are strong, that is good. But there are only a few.
I suppose you're right. That's true.
You see, Toholix, he was mighty, stronger than all of us. But he was just one.
Like, Misha pipes up. I should be using these things. I'm not gonna, because it's too late. I fucked it up too much. I think there's something wrong with him. Something's not right. It's as if, I don't know, a great weight is on him. I thought to cheer him up, but I don't even know if his kind have emotions. I feel like they do. I can almost see them, or see hints sometimes, but fleeting. Like
they do have emotions, but they do not show it in the way that we do. They do not love in the way we do. It is not the same. They do not live their lives in our ways. So when it is not their way to speak often or loudly, they do not feel that they need to talk of what burdens them in the way that we do when we speak of the weight on our hearts. So it is difficult to speak to Malachite to get him to reveal all that burdens him, but I do not know how to help him otherwise. I try to get him to speak. Sometimes he does. Sometimes he goes off looking for something. I only hope that he does not find himself like Tolix. This would be sad. In any case, we must all still prepare. We must all be ready. We cannot rely on Azad and his soldiers. We
You're
must,
right.
as we now are able to defend ourselves to a degree, we must teach the others of the community that how to defend themselves in the same way. We must teach them our ways, that they may grow stronger, that they know that they can rely on us, and we know that we rely upon them. We shall
They'll nod at that.
join together, like the weave of a tunic. It does not break under pressure.
And as they, offer their agreement, each of them holds out their hand, and they all four of you, I should say, and I assume you take part in it, weave your hands or forearms together in a kind of web connection, hand clasped upon arm upon hand, a web of camaraderie and of solidarity, as Misha, Akala, and Ewa have in turn each seemingly taken your lessons and the comforts that those teachings can provide, that sense of purpose, that sense of community, of family, has been a great help to each of them in their own way.
Have you made progress in finding yourselves someone new? I know that this is a family to you, but I know that it is not the same as your own type of family.
Are you who are you talking to? Like anyone in general, or?
Well, the three of them, but particularly Akala, and because I know that she had a bunch of kids that while the rest of the family got murdered. So, I know that it would be, or that would be something that she would be looking for, but she might, she's traumatized by this sort of thing.
It's more that, and she second only to you, and actually in the cycle since where things have not been so urgent, even more so than you, throwing herself into this community, and tending to the people, and seeing, it's like Like question certainly like for her like she's taken aback at that like. No, 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 I have not. I think this is the only family I will have now. Anyway, it's not the place of human women to seek. We are taught to be sought.
Yes, but haven't you heard? Things change in Burgakash. You are the strong ones here, are you not?
Like a
You
collar, like
are the ones
yeah.
who make this place go. You do not need to kneel before a man. This is not your place, no. You serve something greater than the ant god. And you know this.
What about you? She says, like, rehearsing it. I know you have often said you've
This
lost much.
is not something that we need to discuss. This is this is for another time. There are no sirens here, so this is not something that is easily done.
Well, Burgakash changes.
Yes, but I do not think that my people will be welcomed with open arms after what has happened.
Maybe they don't have to be. You have, and you're enough.
Well, Sanem is here too. Yes.
And, taller than she was before. But the scene changes and reopens upon the surface before one of those strange, in fact, the same cairn thing that you've seen before you were there, and Lucas Milton is there as well, standing before that thing, which has only grown more like gnarled and the roots sort of more tight and thick as the cycles have gone by. Strange thing is, 7 cycles I've had to look at this disgusting thing. I still have no idea what it is. Teachings of the Lex teach us to distrust, fear the ways of the Magi. I would say those things are right, but sadly they don't educate or give any hints as to what strange mannerisms or tools they use in their weird and strange ways. I don't suppose you have any insight to what has sprouted up all over the place in these fields, far and wide.
So just to go into a brief character description, because we haven't really gotten into that
Oh, yeah.
at this point, and it will be relevant. So Nesvog is actually, she's standing a little bit taller than she was before. She's about like 5'4" now, and she stands. She's actually discarded the remains of the last robes that Azad has given her, because over 7 cycles they have certainly been overused and worn. So now she wears a tunic made out of seaweed. The stitching resembles like a hemp style clothing, but it's a little bit softer. It's just like a brownish orange. It's not dyed or anything like that, and it goes down to like like mid calf or something like that. And she still wears the net that is her totem around her waist. Has a sort of cinching belt to hold, holds the tunic together. And she also carries with her a large spear. It's got a long wooden shaft. It's ashen gray, and lashed to the top of it is the curved golden horn of Tallix given to her by Malachite in honor of the fallen, the love that she had for the fallen Iran. And so Nazwak, she gestures to the spear, her symbol of office, and she says, this haft, it is made from the branch of this tree. Removing this, it does nothing to affect the whatever this thing does. I feel the spirits, though, they are anchored by this. They do not walk freely. No. These things, they hold the spirits down, prevent them from doing as they will. This I believe is what is happening. At one time, I saw many spirits here. They revealed themselves to me. Now, not so many. As these things go up, more and more, they disappear. They are held by the orcs. I wished to destroy this thing, to cut it down. Azad said no. So I listened to Azad. He is wise. But
he stares at that thing.
I do not know if this is a wise thing. It is wise of you to distrust the Magi, though.
So many have erupted out of the ground. I suppose it would be little use in trying to uproot them now. What's done is done. But you heard those people. The meeting. The gathering.
Do you not... Oh, I'm sorry. I just think... when you teach me about the farm, you take the weeds out of the ground, even if you know there will be more, but you still take them out, yes?
I understand weeds. I don't understand orcs, or the ways of magic, or the ways of witchcraft. Damnable arts they are. I know a weed will not engulf me, kill me, crush my bones, and sink me deep beneath the soil. I know the weeds won't curse me, and have no power beyond their ability to seep life from the soil. And so I have ripped them out. I cannot do so with the ways of occultism. They're alien to me, and I do not understand them. But perhaps it is the fortune of Velex that we both, and not only just we, and looks over to the manor house, but Azad as well, are upon these shores at this time together. He has knowledge to him. He has a wisdom, a cunning. It is admirable.
Yes.
We should
Yes.
join our strengths, our ideas. We three represent something different. A different way of doing things, free of this. And then, he gestures out to the Temple of Nathraxu and other weird orcish things. You hear the bugling calls of those strange alien creatures which wander endlessly, aimlessly through the orcish fields. This is not the way. This is not the natural way of doing things. With your conviction, with our understanding, and with his cunning, his intellect, we might force some change here. But we also should be cautious. You and I know the sanctity of the beauty of that which this which is around us is, the community, the commune, the small village within a village that you yourself have made. By your own strength of arm, of your heart, and of your mind, your own conviction, you brought these people together. Family, a small community. That is the way of things. Just like the ways of Orc are perverse and wrong. Too much of anything can corrupt that which is pure. This is a place where the land is to be respected, where sacrifices are to be given, where the bounty that is provided, place of family, place where everyone knows the name of the other, and all are friend and family is one. The way of overabundance, of bringing too many here, strange faces, strange ways, way of brick and mortar, of flagstone. That is not something we should be eager to adopt. Though Azad, I'm sure, is no friend to the Orc in his own way, cannot be allowed to make a city of this community, to trample those just as readily as any magi might do beneath bricks, have bones be churned up into mortar, forgotten and unremembered. It's not the way of things.
Well, I think that whether you like it or no, I think the gift of your father is coming, and we must prepare ourselves for this. There will always be room for the farms. They will go nowhere. They are essential. But
You're right. You're right.
It will come, whether you may fight it with the orcs. You may try to hold on to the old ways, but you may end up like the orcs in the end. I do not wish to see this for you. It is inevitable. I have seen things. I have seen this in my heart. It is called progress, yes. among your people?
There are different ways to define progress.
Yes, but among your people. This is what I mean.
There are even greater ways amongst my people. If you mean my species, there are many. We are as different in appearance and different in opinion as there are grains in the sand. It is said that is the strength of our species. I do not know if that is true or not, but perhaps with the coming of the king and the counts and countesses of these lands, perhaps the harvest master himself will deign to make an appearance.
Oh,
Perhaps
I hope this is not the case. I wish not to see an avatar. This is.
he's a wise man. He has lived for over 5,000 cycles, standing at the side of Velex, dutifully and piously doing his bidding, living in accordance to his ways, with himself and his wife. There's
Yes.
much you could learn from him.
Yes, if he would teach me, he would surely say, I am impious. I am not acceptable in the eyes of his god. He would break me down as other avatars have done to other peoples. Do you not know of
Have you lived such a
Not-
wondrous life to have met many such
No, but I have
individuals?
heard of. Have you not heard of the Thunderstruck?
No, I have not.
You serve the husband of Itash, yet you do not know the Thunderstruck. This is good for you. You do not want him to come here. He speak with thunder. He come and he ensure that all obey Fatash. With the might of the lightning, the might of the rains, of hurricanes, thunderbirds follow in his wake. If you serve Fatash well, he is a great friend, but if you lack, he is worse to you than someone who worship another, even Ahriman.
The Rainmaker, for all her boons, she is capricious. I would urge you not to cast judgment upon we of a different faith. Though Fatash is the lover of Velex, and she provides the rain that nourishes the land. We are similar, but different as well. And this Thunderstruck seems quite a different man than him
This is
whom
this is
Velex
good to
has
hear.
chosen. Perhaps that will allay and abet your concerns.
This is very good to hear because we do not wish to see. Though
Perhaps if things here become calm enough, I could take you. The abode of the gathering is a wondrous place. A
perhaps
farm of such fertility, such wonders. It is not far from here, to the west.
yes, perhaps if we could ensure that everything would run correctly, smoothly. This would be difficult. I know I am needed for many things, and it would be difficult for me to leave for such a journey, but
Perhaps sooner than you think.
I do not know. I do not know who would fetch the water. Yes, who would teach them to fish? Who?
Like he gives you like a look like you see like really like there's plenty of people who can do all that at this point, but he gives you like a kind of like a roguish smirk.
Who would make sure that all are doing as they're supposed to? This is my job. I must ensure that everything is done correctly. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, time will tell.
Yes. But I cannot help but think perhaps it would be good if the Thunderstruck did come. If he had come before the taint would not have touched my people. They would not have been driven to attack us in this way. They would not be underneath the feet or the tails or the talons of these typhons. Now,
the more reason why we who remain should stand together against that which we know to be false and to be dangerous. And with that, scene fades, and we will go to soliloquies.
This one is not a proper Shine warrior, but I do suppose it will be better than one that Zvog is teaching our people. I have to show them a higher degree. Yes. Only a degree that I could show these people, these people that dance in their mud, and they sing to insects, to animals. Reminds me of old stories of the jungles of Shai. Such tales, such tales. This little child within this council, a council that is supposed to be legitimate, supposed to mean something, supposed to have some power to these people. I need to have power that these people will respect. For only I know how to save them. They are so lost, so ignorant, so stupid. They don't even know how to read. Perhaps that is a good thing, but they are like children, all of them, lost. Ugh, it's despicable. To think that they, at one time, would give their faith, trust in these orcs, these monsters that look like the crab. In the trolls? The trolls are dead. Dead and imprisoned. The last that remain, they said it themselves in the council. The last Holdre that remain in these lands. When time changes, this change I will bring. They perhaps won't understand it. They will be damned, perhaps. I'll show them the road. I'll show them the path. I'll show them the passage to their own perdition. Such is their hubris, to follow after things that have long been dispatched, have long been imprisoned by the right of the gods. Yes. These people, this council, it would be so easy to bend them. But I cannot do that. I cannot make it seem like I'm the one truly leading this place after all. This Vog, she'll get herself killed, I'm sure of it. When that day comes, I cannot let that follow to me and my wife, Nellie. Know that when I make these plans, I make them plans with you in mind. With you, my love, our home. I'll never let these monsters, crab-like monsters, these orcs in their strange ways, I'll never let them come for us. Come for you. I'll do everything I can. Everything.
I walk through the countryside, past the fields. I need to go remote. A nearby forest I enter, push away branches and go through the meadows. And a semblance of quiet is finally reached, where I almost slump down upon my knees. Tiredness filling me for the first time in a good while. I almost thrust the bag of powder upon the ground, angry at it, angry at myself, angry at everything around me, and I smash the earth, and again, and again. I need more power. I'm too weak. Thrice I've been too weak. But yet you deny me, Roust. I hunt for you. Is that not enough? No. Not again. Never again. I will not fall a fourth time. I will not be a failure a fourth time. So I take that powder, open it, and I look at its greyish silvery mineral form. And then I take forth a piece of glot, a brown sandstone fragment, and I hold it over the pouch, and I tear off half of it, laying that piece of stone amongst the powder, and then I just open my mouth and swallow it all, pouch with powder and stone fragment, all of it. Will not risk a single mote to go to waste. As I crunch it and swallow it, and again I smash the ground in frustration and hatred against the world and towards myself. And I fall down upon my arms, and I lie on the forest floor as my frustration is trumped by my tiredness, and I sleep. First time in this life.
There we go. He wishes to go. He wishes to go visit this avatar of his god. I cannot do this. There's too much to do. The people here, they need me. They need me to watch over them, to ensure that everything is done properly, to ensure that all are being watched for, to ensure that all are safe. Who will do these things? Who will go out? Who will make sure that they do not forget to salt the fish, or that they to catch the fish? Who will they remember to stoke the fires and sing the songs on the 7th day of the chain? Will they remember this without me here? But what he says is correct. They do not need me for this. They can do as they will. They know what to do. They know how to care for themselves. Where does that leave Nesfolk? She has created something. She has made a life for these people, but now she's not needed. Malachite, if he needs me, he does not let me know. Zod, he does just as well without me. I am a hindrance, a bauble to him, nothing more. If I leave this place, if I walk away, even for a moment, I may not be needed to come back again. I have nothing if I leave. I cannot go back to Inasht. My people are dead. Or worse, the Typhon, they take them. They say it themselves. I work with the people who have destroyed my own people. And these people here, this family that I have made, they would see me go and be no worse for wear. Even Sanem, she is old enough, she can walk, she can speak. What does she need of me? I am afraid.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We'll see you next time.